One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 2026-2020 debate! Versus Sacred Hearts. Who will take this one? 20,000 rand up for grabs. Gagasi FM is celebrating 20 years, and we're doing it with a Gagasi. Hey, Gagasi, I need to see you make some noise. Make some noise, make some noise. Let's go. Sacred Hearts on the left, people of the Stego on the right. Take your seats, take your seats, take your seats. Lingana lusuku, lingana. Elele. Washa. Ah, Baba Nigas went down. Hey, yeah. Guys, Bandabasha, please make some noise. My flag bearers, there you go. Make some noise for them. It's the Gagasi FM team. Yes. Yeah, boy. Bashani Zaka Sabesta, there you go. Oh, man. Hey, yeah. Thank you, DJ. Hey, yeah, you know what you're saying. Oh, Pamela, DJ. Yes. No, man, guys. Inyanga yethu ngithi. Sabantu abasha ngithi. So I need to feel it. I need to see it. Ayaya abantu abasha, ayaya. Okay, wait, hold up. Maybe it's going to be better if we clock it. Clock it, bantu abasha, clock it. I love it. Listen, igama lami uMinenhle waKaNtuli. I'm going to be your host. I'm going to be your MC, and later on I become your debate chairperson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you know, Gagasi FM is celebrating 20 years. So Gagasi, I think, is a little bit older than all of you here, right? It's okay, it's all right. So, as we celebrated 20 years, we thought, no, man, we need to do something big for abantu abasha. And abantu abasha who are, you know, teenagers about to go into high school, abanye. And kathiwa senze njani, let's do a 20 under 20 debate where your school could potentially win 20,000 rand. Make some noise for that. Yep. This is quite big. So, before siqhubeke nomcimbi wethu kubalekile ukuthi nizizwe nisekhaya, because I know you listen to us and you love the station and we love you, but we've got the big Bakulu boss here, right? And she was like, she wants to welcome you guys herself kuyinyanga yethu. So that means thina njengabantu abasha, we are fitting them in our slot, right? Siyabavumela ngithi. They were probably there in 1976, right? You know, and now we need them here to pass through the knowledge. So we're going to ask MD wethu Minenhle Dlamini to come and welcome. And she's, yes, ooh, need to, right? Subal Khul, oh, you must be a Dlamini, aren't you? Oh, look at that. So I'm going to ask you guys to make the biggest noise ever. This lady pays the bills, guys. Guys, like, she pays my bills, okay? So I need you to make noise. When I say Minenhle Dlamini on 3, you make noise. 1, 2, 3. Minenhle Dlamini! Testing. Thank you, Lwazi. Siyabonga DJ. Ngiyabonga Happy Girl. Sanibonani. Ninjani. Nami ngiyaphila. Mine here is just to welcome you to Gagasi FM
welcome to our studios. I think it's decided ukwenza this debate ukuthi ibe la ekhaya instead of taking it somewhere outside, so that nani nizoba inspired by seeing ukuthi what happens behind lo mshini ekuthiwa Gagasi FM. But also I also think ukuthi it's for some of you creatives engicabanga ukuba in the media industry to get to see ukuthi kwenzakalani kwi-Gagasi FM, and hopefully one day you guys could be walking through those doors every day coming to make an impact in KZN. As you know, we are the sound of KZN, which means ukuthi for us, we hold KZN in big regard. And such things as eswenzayo, like having it debate in namhlanje, it goes back to us contributing back to our province. We love KZN, we love the talent that is KZN, and nani ni part of talent le esibiza nge-KZN. But before ngiqhubeka kakhulu, ngisathanda ukubingelela ama-educators ase-Vela Bahleke, nama-educators ase-Sacred Heart. Sanibonani, siyabonga kakhulu ngokuthi nihloniphe nifike namhlanje on a public holiday. You guys could be anywhere. You could be running errands, you could be hanging out with your friends, you could be relaxing because umsebenzi wenu is quite taxing. But you have decided to bring abafundi benu here ukuthi bazo debate, and it speaks to the commitment that you guys have when it comes to ingane nifundisayo. So mina always say ukuthi umsebenzi wothisha is I really respect it. Ngoba right here sitting in front of us, you guys are building our future doctors, our future presidents, as we'll probably see today, possibly our future politicians. So siyabonga kakhulu for your dedication to these kids. And then to our debaters, namhlanje, welcome to Gagasi FM, relax. And I just want to say, Uguti, you guys have already won. The fact that you're here, namhlanje, public holiday, naitshela ukuthi you're going to come and represent your school, speaks to the winning mentality that you guys have. And I want to wish you the best of luck for today. But more than anything, just enjoy the experience. It's all about experiencing ukukhuluma phambi kwabantu. It's all about experiencing ukudebata. And I wish you the best of luck. And welcome to the 20 under 20 debate. It's our first one ever that we've had. So you can just pat yourselves on the back, because you guys are the bow wow or the business. Because nina any starter off lento lena, and we're hoping ukuthi as the years go by, sizoqhubeka siyenze every year, but nina nizosho ukuthi ithina sayiqala lento. We opened the door, we paved the way. So be very proud of yourselves. Nisibongele nakubazali benu abanivumelile ukuthi nigibele nize all the way to Econubia Mall nizo participate lana. Nibatshela ukuthi sithe thina as Gagasi FM siyababonga as abazali who also encourage you guys ukuthi ni participate kule debate. Ihope yethu ihlezi kunina. I know you guys are looking up to ama presenters ala ekhaya and the people that you hear on your radio every day, but nathi we have our hope in you. What is happening in our country right now, sibheke nina ukuthi nizoyenza njani, how you're going to change things, how you're going to make this place a better place. And nizobona nangama judges esinawo kwi-panel. I don't want to ruin it for you guys, but we've got game changers. People who are serious about making an impact in this country of ours. So nani ke nizibone as ama game changers. Abantu have the potential to have impact, not only in the province, but in the country. Ningavuma abantu ukuthi bantshene ukuthi you're too young to have a purpose in life. Ningavuma ukuthi abantu bantshene ukuthi you're too young to stand for something. Stand for something, because if you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for everything. But mina ke senginethemba ukuthi nina njengoba nila, man. One day I'm going to look and be like, that kid was part of the debating team. I'm very proud of you guys for the decision that you've made. And welcome to Gagasi FM, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
I know, right? She looks like she's like 25 or something. I know. I think it's the education. She's very funded. So the most funded ones, we look younger. So I think we've clocked it, right? Do we believe that? All right, so let's do this. I think it's time we meet our students and the schools, and laba abazobe berepresenta ivela bahleke nelaba azopresenta ini is Sacred Heart. Are we ready? Are we ready? Guys, we are the young people here. Are you ready? Come on, that's what I like. All right, so it's time for you to meet who we have on today's panel and what schools are here. So I'm going to start by introducing abafundi. Basa Sacred Hearts, make some noise. Now all these students are going to stand and take, of course, their seat this side, Sacred Heart. Ngicela nishayele izandla usiphokuhle ngobo, sinqobile phewa. Thando luhle qhiliza, sindisiwe emhlongo, Anal Kumede. And that's Team Sacred Hearts, everyone. Sure. All right, so asenzeni kanjena-ke we must know ukuthi baphelezela ubani, baphelezela uThisha uMiss Keswa. Miss Keswa, stand up and just wave your hand. Uyena uThisha owayedlala the game on Gagasi FM Drive. I will tell you all about how that game went down. My, oh my. So of course ke uMiss Keswa sibone ukuthi akafikanga yedwa uhamba nabanye othisha abaphathi besikole abanye babo. Ngicela sibashayele izandla just to wave your hands. Othisha base Sacred Hearts. Khona nothisha omkhulu siyabonga. All right, so now it's time to introduce Ivela Bahleke. I welcome Asiphe Mabaso, Avela Hlangu, Banele Lushaba, stand up, come through. Zamaswazi Dlamini, Annalisa Kanyile, ngasibashayele izandla. Yes, and of course. Namhlanje ke uteam Vela Bahleke baphelezelwa uthisha wabo uMiss Zulu. Now, Miss Zulu, I know very well you were not the person that played the game on the Gagasi FM Drive show. Umuphi uthisha wayidlala sicela ukumbona because she won, yes. Siyabonga uthisha ubani? Miss Simelani, so let me tell you a story. So, both teachers had to go on the GFM Drive show with Spectacular, Sal Beyonce, and Naves. And then they did a general quiz question. Kwakushubile. In such a way that Miss Zulu was like, girl, I'm not playing that game. You are going. What to Miss Similar? Oh, Miss Keswa played that game, but honey, I don't know if it was the network or something, because we did not hear one answer from her. But yeah, uThisha Wawina gets to choose whether they're going to be for the motion or against the motion. Utisha wawina uMiss Simelane wakhetha ukuba against the motion. And so sizoka bese nazisa ukuthi motion ithini a bit later. So are we all now on the same page on how we got here? All right. Now I'm sure you're like many. It's time we meet at least a judge. We need to know who is judging us. And like the MD said, silethu creme de la creme. Into phezulu ekhekeni. So I'm going to kick it off. Vela Bahleke, Sacred Hearts. I need you to give me that Youth Day energy. Ngiyababona lapho Gokepigel, Goksel Beyonce. No. Ngifuna iphume like Tina. Right? But before we do that, maybe help me. Let's fill up these chairs in the front. Because we're not going to see these guys until the end, right? So let's move forward. Everyone move forward. Sondelan. So lababa se move. Yes, there you go. Let's do that so our pictures are nice and tight. There you go. Nice. You can take your water with you. Make sure next to you. There you go. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Are we ready to meet the judges? Are we ready to meet the judges? Yes. First judge coming through. DJ, get me ready. Alex Mtiana, who's a current affairs guru and head of audience experience, gonna like Gagasi FM. Oh! Now get come up, Shailani Zanda, Shailani Zanda. His name is Alex Mtiana. Oh man! Yagaza kancane mfana. Yagaza. Hey, he cannot dance. All right, so this is the Alex Mtiana. You guys see him now? You hear the voice and you're like, who is he? There he is. All right, are you ready to meet the next judge? This is a woman. Shout out to all the women in the room. Okay. Her name is Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, award-winning radio DJ, owner of Jacinta Media, and an I love how she's matching with all of you guys. Blue. Okay. Second one, a colleague of mine. His name is Siphumelele Zondi. He is a Gagasi FM presenter for Gagasi News Rap. Okay, last but not least, anyone in the room who one day wants to be a lawyer? Yes, right? Well, yazini my sinifake intweni because today we brought you Mpumelelo Sigalala, a legal expert and contributor on Gagasi FM Alex, you saw what happened? I got umdala ke yena. Umdala, but he at least tried dancing. Mr. Alex Jacinta, very disappointed. Didn't even try dance. Okay, let's do this. We must continue because there's so much that you and I need to do. And fanele wazi ukuthi ke kwenzakalani. We're about to start the debate. But before we do, it is very imperative that you and I know ukuthi ke imithetho ithini. Of course, laba abazo debaters ba introducile bayawazi umthetho ngoba sikhulumile nabo, right? Do we agree? You guys are aware of the rules? This is so that you and I and Emma Kaya, because we are streaming live, we are live on Facebook. Am I correct? We're live on Facebook. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're live on Facebook, and as we're live, fanele wazi ukuthi umthetho ke uzohamba kanjani, right? Here are the rules. We're going to have speaker one from whether umuntu ozo oppose noma onga oppose. Akamugu speaker one, whether it's from Sacred Heart or Vela Bahlege. Let's assume it's going to be Sacred Heart. Speaker one, then speaker one from this side, then speaker two from this side, then speaker two from this side, then speaker three from this side, then speaker three from this side. And then speaker 4 and 5 have the most important jobs to do. They're here to rebuttal and do a summary. Say rebuttal and summary. Rebuttal, that means bazophikisa. Into abazoyenza ebalekile question ama speakers 4 is to make sure they weaken or discredit the argument yalaba abawo speaker 1, 2 and 3. Which means your speaker 4 and 5 are good listeners and well researched. Are we those people? Oh, waqala kwashub. And then after speaker 5 speaks, sekuphelile into ezokwenzeka sizodedela imbuzo. All of us will be able to ask a question, and then anyone can ask a question, whether it's Tina Laizansi or my colleagues at the back, and then any one of you can choose which questions you wish to answer. Are we clear? It's time we know the motion yanamhlanje. Well, of course, if you were listening to Gagasi FM Drive, they did share the motion, and here it is today for everyone to know. Nasemakaya iti. 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise for the youth of today. Majaji Nzwil, ngizophinde nginiphindele. 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise for the youth of today? But now, listen, we're on the floor. It does not mean it needs to be dead quiet. I can hear ums, arms, clapping. But as long as we are respecting abantu abamgepi, khona la. Now, I think I've said a mouthful. Remember, speakers, you only have 5 minutes. We will have a clock, and then we will have Nambonu Baba Opeti laptop. You'll be able to see the clock right there, so that now you are aware. So we do understand the whole time we don't want you just looking at the clock. So when you see my hand go up, speakers, it means you have 60 seconds left, which is 1 minute. Going to start rapping, start making your last points. Do we agree? Oh man, good luck. It is 20,000 rand up for grabs that you get to take back home. Eskoleni. Now, I don't know what your school needs, but I can tell you 20,000 rand is a lot of money. Oh, I love to see those smiles. Nireti bafet. No man funa ukuthi take it in a bit. Take it in a bit. Okay, I can give you about 5 minutes for you guys to just talk amongst yourselves while I talk to my besties. Besties, do you feel like winning something quickly? Yeah, something Gagasi like. Mina ngiyanthanda, khulekani, I got you covered. But I've got a little trick for you, right? Because also I'm just going to give Umkhululi time to talk to the teachers, maybe do a heads and tails there to decide who wins. Whoever wins the head and tails, ibona abazo decide ukuthi bayaqala noma abaqali. Right? So please give Umkhululi a coin. Right, guys, if you want to win something Gagasi related, I've got you. Are you ready? You have to finish the lyric. If you know the lyric, pick your hand up. Yabong gimla khona ngizonibona nonke. Ngiphatha ama prize are serious. Okay. Where I stop, you must continue. But if you know, phakamisa isandla. Mhlaba wakithi bo, usemindawonye. Yeah, I saw your hand up first.
Akukho mehluko kulelizwe.
Yes, oh my gosh, okay. You're getting your prize. Malaka Sam.
Andile Zungu.
Andile Zungu, what grade are you in?
Grade 12.
Grade 12, matric. Okay, congratulations. Hey, Sacred Heights. Hey, yeah. I must stand here once again so I see all the hands. Do we have the prize or they're going to get it later? Okay. Oh, I got your back. Here's the last one. Freedom.
Get ready, mama, prepare for your freedom.
All right, guys, congratulations. Please get your prizes. Pick your hand up to our prize winners. Congratulations. There you go. I got you. Okay, so remember, that support, the smiles, we need it. All right, Sacred Hearts won the toss. And they said tails, which means, Sacred Hearts, you have the option of whether nifuna ukuqala noma kuqala ivela behleke. Angithi bana bawini toss? Sacred Hearts won the toss. You decide. Noma seka bafundi ba decide bona bafuna ukuqala. Sacred Hearts, I'm going to come to you, giving you 3 seconds to decide whether you want to start the debate or let Vela Bahlege start the debate. To remind you once again, Sacred Heart is for the motion. Vela Bahlege is against the motion that 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise to the youth of South Africa, or rather the youth of today? Sacred Hearts, I'm going to come to you. What have you decided to do?
We've decided to start.
Well, put your hands together. Sacred Hearts has decided to kick off a debate on namhlanje. Such bravery, and I'm loving it. It's time for me to step away and make way for our first speaker, who are, of course, proposition today, right? You are proposition, and it's time for me to step away. First speaker, remember, you have 5 minutes. I will give you a 3-second countdown so that you 5 minutes, and then it is all up to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Indaba, seniyapanic. Awuthi ngithatha umthwalo wami ngokudedela.
Hello.
Bamba kancane, ungaqali manje, basakusiza lapha, basakusiza.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I think you've gathered yourself. You're happy with the length of your mic. Before Skala, ngicela uzishiye igama nesibongo so the judges are aware.
Hello, greetings, people. Standing in front of you is Gumede Anal from Sacred Heart Secondary School.
Ngicela nishaye izandla. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first annual 20 under 20 debate. Anel Gumede, your time starts now.
Freedom is meaningless unless people have the opportunity to improve their lives. These words by Nelson Mandela capture the very purpose of the South African Constitution. 30 years ago, South Africa adopted a constitution founded upon human dignity, equality, freedom, and social justice. It did not promise a perfect society overnight. Rather, it laid the foundation for justice and progress. Panel at large, greetings. The problem statement is, 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise for the youth today? To define the problem statement, before democracy, majority of the South African youth are denied political participation, quality education, and social justice because of racial discrimination. The question before us today is not whether every problem facing the young youth has been solved, but whether the Constitution has fulfilled its promises on creating a society where young people have protections, rights, and equal opportunities that were previously seemed impossible. We argue that it has. The problem statement justification which was presented brings us to our team stance. Our team stance is confidently arguing for the statement that 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered its promises for the youth today. Moving on to our team case splits. Our team case splits is, the first speaker stated the problem statements, defined it, presented our team stance, and currently doing the case splits, and will later provide a relevant argument. Speaker number 2 will remind the House of the problem statements and will present our second argument. Speaker 3 will present our third argument. After the consolidation session, Speaker 4 will then provide points of rebuttals. Our last speaker will then summarize and motivate why we deserve to win. For the benefit of those who did not get our team stance is standing firmly for the motion that 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered on its promise for the youth today. The team case is firmly supported by 3 relevant arguments. Argument 1, the promise to education for all. Argument 2, the promise of social protection for youth and children. Argument 3, the promise of human dignity and equality. To my business of the day, let me revert to our team case with the following arguments. The promise of education to all. Section 1A states that everyone has a right to basic education, including adult basic education. This one line is one line that ended the Bantu Education Act. Today, no law can stop a learner from Umlazi sitting in the same exam room as a learner from Durban North. Indeed, access was delivered. I quote, "Education is the best weapon you can use to fight to change the world." This quote is by a great leader, Nelson Mandela, that deeply fought for constitution, for freedom. The Constitution has put that weapon in every young person's hand. Before 1994, education was racially segregated. Black learners suffered under the Education Act. Access to universities was limited. But today, basic education is a constitutional right. Section 29(1)B states that everyone has the right to further education. Those words forcibly put student fund schemes like NSFAS into action. Dr. Mongwena Maluleke, at a media briefing, the chairperson of NSFAS at a media briefing, outlined that NSFAS is committed in removing financial barriers, ensuring that each student can pursue a higher degree. I quote, "The scheme has also disbursed more than 6.3 billion rands into universities and millions to TVET colleges," close quotes. According to the Equal Education Law Center website on Google, it said that before democracy, there was no non-paying fee schools. But after democracy, according to the DBE, it states that in 2019, 87% of public schools are classified as non-fee paying schools. Now, in closing, honorable judges, the existence of challenges does not erase the reality of progress. 30 years later, the South African Constitution has expanded access to education, access to protected vulnerable children through social support, and restored the dignity and equality that apartheid sought to destroy. Now, panel, are we truly prepared to stand before this audience and claim that the youth of 2026 enjoy no greater dignity, equality, and freedom than the youth of 1976? It's true. The Constitution has not delivered perfection, but it has delivered possibility. And sometimes possibility is where progress begins. I thank you.
A big round of applause for Sacred Hearts first speaker, Anal Kumete. Ngicela nje abazongisiza ukuthi siqukule lo sithi kumhlehlisa kancane khona ezoma diagonally. Ngiyacela igora zami adjust nje. All right. First speaker, you can make your way to the podium. From Ivela Bahlege. Ngicela adjuster mic ka first speaker. Oh, the game has started. The game has started. Anal Gumede finished with 53 seconds still left on the clock. Now, remember, everyone has 5 minutes that you can use all of it or not. It is just entirely up to you. All right, so sacela ke introduce negama lesikole.
Right. Honorable Chair, adjudicators, and fellow debaters, good day. My name is Zamaswazi Dlamini from Velabahlege High School, and I stand here today as the first speaker of our opposing team.
All right, your 5 minutes, Swazi, starts now.
30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered the promises that it made to the youth? Our Constitution, being a fundamental body of principles in which a state is to be governed, made promises to the youth of South Africa in sections 9, 27, section 23, and the section 29. The South African Constitution, our South African Constitution, promised the youth dignity, it promised the youth equality, and it also promised the youth a better life. But now a promise on paper means nothing if the youth cannot live it. I'm going to start with section 23. Section 23 promises fair labor practices, but 30 years later, the youth unemployment in South Africa sits at above 60% by expanded definition. This means that only 6 out of 10 young people who want work cannot get it. A right to dignity means nothing. A right to dignity means nothing when you graduate with a degree but still sit at home without any source of income. And one of the top 3 causes of death for ages 15 to 24, yet still, only less than 10% of the health budget goes towards mental health. Now I repeat, a constitutional right that you cannot use is not a right delivered. Section 29 promises us the right to basic education, but 30 years later, education is dependent on your postcode. Wealthy youth learn in schools with labs and libraries, while poor youth learn in overcrowded classrooms. It's the same constitution, it's the same rights, but it has 2 different outcomes. Now, in my view, that is not delivery, but it is continued inequality. The Constitution gave the youth of 1994 legal rights. But now, my team and I stand here today to say whoever says that the Constitution has delivered the promises it made to the youth is honestly just selling us a pipe dream. Because a legal right on paper is literally not delivery in reality. I thank you very much.
First speakers are done. As we continue, we move forward to our second speaker from Sacred Hearts. Ngicela usukume uya ngaphambili ungakhohlwa ukuzi-introducer. And then once you've introduced yourself, I will then start your timer. As she makes her way, Pambili, ukhumbule ukuthi our first speakers, their jobs was to give us the content and the arguments. Now, second speakers, normally, ngicela sibenzele imic, Lwazi, thank you. Second speakers normally are arguing the relevance. Now, Sisi, I think you're about to introduce yourself in the next 5 seconds. There you go. Just your intro.
I would like to greet everyone in the house. My name is Thandoluhle Chiliza and I'm from Sacred Heart Secondary.
Thandoluhle Chiliza, your time starts now.
Greetings to the house at large. To remind the house of the problem statement. The problem statement is, 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise for the youth today? Our team totally and fully agree that it has. My argument is argument number 2, the promise of social protection for children and youth. The South African Constitution promises social protection for children and youth, ensuring that many vulnerable people are supported so they can live their lives with dignity. Before 1994, social welfare was racially unequal and highly limited, meaning that many black children received little or no state assistance. There was no universal system designed to protect children from poverty, and social assistance was highly fragmented and exclusionary. Section 27(1)(c) of the Constitution guarantees that everyone has the right to access to social services, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents. Today, there is strong evidence that the constitutional promise has been significantly delivered through expanded social assistance. According to Statistics South Africa's 2023 General Household Survey, about 39.4% of South African individuals receive forms of grants. That is a major shift from the apartheid-based era. By 2023, more than 13 million children received the child support grants, making it one of the largest child-based support systems. In addition, social assistance has highly increased in growth. By 2023, the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA, has distributed approximately 18.8 million social grants to children every month, reaching approximately 31% of the total population. In 2022, the child support grant has increased to 480 rand per child per month, with additional top-up amounts reaching approximately 720 rands for vulnerable cases such as orphaned children. While this amount does not eliminate poverty, it ensures the government's commitment towards strengthening social protection for children and youth. Overall, these statistics show a clear transaction for social protection for children and youth. Although challenges such as inequality and poverty remain, the Constitution has ensured that millions of young people are supported through a structured nationwide social protection system that did not exist before democracy. Research by United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, and government institutions has ensured that social grants increase school attendance, child support, food, and security. As of September 2025, 28.1 million grants were paid to about 18.7 beneficiaries. 12.98 million children received the child support grant. That's 65% of the total children under 18 in South Africa. And for youth transitioning out of schools, the Social Relief of Distress grant reaches 8.5 million unemployed South Africans as of 2024. These grants guarantee access for children and youth so that they can improve their lives. Honorable judges, the Constitution did not promise to end poverty overnight. It promised to remove the legal barrier that was brought about by apartheid. The statistics show that these barriers are down. Half a million grant beneficiaries passed matric last year because of this right. That's delivery, not pretense. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sacred Hearts. That was the second speaker. Vela bahleke with your second speaker. Ngicela uze ngaphambili sizobona ukuthi mic imi kahle. That's right, support your school. Nginikhumbuze bafundi that while someone is busy with their argument, uyavunyelwa usizo They love that. They need that. Siyavumelana? That is how you also convince judges that whatever your team member is saying is absolutely correct. Noma kuthiwa uvumelana, ulokhu uthi uzumbuka uJacinta uthi uzwile yayibona loo nto. That's the only way to make sure that your team member wins. All right, my sweetheart, you can now introduce yourself, and once you have, I will then start your timer. 2 seconds. Wait, kancane, Nese. You see why it's important to check because sibe fair. Thank you, Lwazi.
Thank you so much.
Your name?
Greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is the second speaker representing Vela Bahleke High School. My name is Zianda Dlamini.
Zianda Dlamini from Vela Bahleke. Your 5 minutes starts now.
SA's constitution is one of the most celebrated for being the most progressive in the whole world. With the Bill of Rights guaranteeing socio-economic rights, such as housing in Section 26, health, food, water, and social security in Section 27. However, 30 years later, these promises has been largely unfulfilled, with youth unemployment sitting at 62.4% at ages 15 to 24, NEET rates at 43.2%, not forgetting the Eastern Cape's emergency crisis, with the youth being denied access to basic facilities and basic needs. Millions of young people are excluded from economic participation. Furthermore, 22.9% of people still lack water access, housing, and food security, with 15.8% of youth households are food insecure. Now, this creates a gap between the constitutional rights and lived reality. Youth bearing the cost of slow service delivery and structured inequality. As a result, the youth is unable and is struggling to uplift and empower themselves. In conclusion, shortfalls of South African Constitution is addressing youth stems and not the rights themselves. But from the limitations and unequal implementations, statistics from 2025-2026 shows that the youth unemployment has worsened from 34.9% a decade ago to 43.8% today. While basic needs like water and food security remain unmet for millions. Places like poor townships, Umlazi, and rural areas experience shortages of water, electricity for days, weeks, even months without any provided solutions. Court cases like Khutbum Treatment Action Campaign proves that these rights are enforced, yet millions are still waiting for service delivery. For the Constitution to fully deliver and truly deliver for the citizens, especially the youth, government must move beyond promises and deliver measurable outcomes. Until then, the Constitution remains a blueprint of hope rather than lived reality for South African youth. Now, in 1996, we were promised a South Africa with dignity, safety, equal opportunity. But 30 years later, many are still waiting, and our struggle is just a continuation of 1994. I thank you.
It seems like Vela Bahleke picked up on the ah. And ngibonile amadoda vele mbona oh. So Sacred Hearts, are we ready for the same energy? Ngibonile ngisho ungezwa ungazi ukuthi umbuko uzonda uthi All right, so speaker number 3. So it's gonna go speaker number 3. From, of course, the proposition from Sacred Hearts. Sacred Hearts, make some noise. Yep. Introduce yourself, and once you have done that, sisibonile ukuthi ungakanani according kwi-mic, so bese siqala ke isikhathi sakho. Nangu ulwazi ekulungisela, ungakhohle Team Sacred Hearts. Ufaka othisha lana babhizi ba hayi akuphefumuleki kwase kwashuba. All right, you can now introduce yourself.
Greetings to the house at large. Standing before you is Sinkobile Pewa from Sacred Heart Secondary.
Singobile Pewa, your 5 minutes starts now.
To remind the house of our problem statement. The problem statement is, 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise for the youth today? When the Constitution was adopted in Act 108 of 1996, it promised the right to human dignity and equality. For the youth, this meant that no child was to ever be denied opportunities because of their race, gender, or background. Firstly, access to education has expanded significantly. Section 29(1)(a) guarantees the right to basic education. Since 1994, millions of young South Africans have gained access to schools and government programs like financial aid from the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, that is a South African government entity under the Department of Higher Education and Training that provides financial support in the form of full bursaries that has enabled learners from disadvantaged backgrounds to pursue higher education. Secondly, the Constitution protects equality and human rights. Section 9 prohibits discrimination based on race, disability, gender, religion, or other grounds. Young people today enjoy freedoms that were denied for previous generations, including the right to vote, freedom of expression, freedom of association, and equal protection under the law. Thirdly, access to healthcare and social services has improved. The constitutional rights to healthcare, food, water, and social security has supported programs that have benefited young people and their families. The expanded healthcare services like child support grants and public health initiatives have contributed to improve the quality of life for many young South Africans. Furthermore, greater opportunities to participate in leadership and decision-making. Democratic institutions such as the South African Youth Council and various youth development programs encourage civic engagement and leadership. Young South Africans today can now run for public office, join political organizations, advocates for social change without restrictions that existed during apartheid. These improvements are important because human dignity isn't about having rights written on paper. It's about having meaningful opportunities to improve one's life. Although challenges like unemployment and poverty still exist, this doesn't negate the significant constitutional gains made over the past 30 years. The expansion of educational opportunities to protect, like the protection of human rights, access to healthcare, democratic participation, and legal protections demonstrate that the South African Constitution has substantially delivered on the promise to the youth of today. I thank you.
Okay, I love the energy. I love it, I love it, I love it. Now, third speaker, Wasavela Behlege, please approach the podium. Kumbulivela Behlege is opposition. I love the energy. We see it, we see it. The judges are seeing straight through you as well. But we're loving it, we're loving it.
Salutations to everyone. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, yes.
Salutations to everyone in the house. Standing before you is the third speaker of Velebehlega High School, namely Lushaba Banele.
Lushaba Banele, your 5 minutes starts now.
Section 29 of the Constitution of South Africa promised dignity. It promised that this dignity should be protected and respected by all citizens. Our constitution is considered as one of the best constitutions ever globally. Yet, what good does this do for its citizens when it's only on a blueprint paper? Stats South Africa has reported that in the first quarter of 2025, only 32% is on the appearance just because opportunities cease to exist. We do not dispute the government's, we do not dispute the government's attempts in trying or implementing strategies such as the Social Security grants and unemployment grants to improve the state of South Africa. Rather, we are saying an average bribe pack in South Africa costs 80 to 95 rand, despite or excluding transport. Now tell me, Uguti, by the average, the average bribe pack ultimately feeds 4 to 5 people. Now, what is the reality of a family that has 8 people? This is a clear violation to their rights stated in Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution, the right to food security, stated in the Constitution, compiled by the very government which was supposed to provide it for them. Okay, Satitina, Instead of providing the youth with grants, the government can either try to improve or increase the grants. It can also implement strategies such as improving youth empowerment programs such as the National Youth Development Agency and creating job opportunities which are permanent and lasting. On the 16th of April, the Citizen reported a protest amongst the residents of the Marikana who were frustrated because of being ignored regarding the employment opportunities in their community. If millions of people still remain unemployed and trapped in poverty, then deliverance by the Constitution remains incomplete. Section 9 promises equality before the law and protection to all, but economic inequality still remains a major problem in our country. A person, or rather a youth coming from a rural area and a youth coming from an urban area still have different opportunities when they step outside the school area. Reality is there's an average of 60 learners in each and every classroom in public schools. This is a reality that we as the Velebahleke High School live. Personally speaking, grade 12D has 75 learners in their classroom. Now, how is a learner supposed to concentrate in class while there are several other people who demand the teacher's attention? Reality is that the education promised was provided, but the quality remains questionable. The land reform strategy was supported and put into implementation in 2012, and its original goal was to do what? It was to bring back the land which was taken during apartheid to the original owners. The original goal was to bring back how much? 30%. Now, analysis show that only 13% of this original goal has been implemented and still is going on. The opposition may argue in terms of the government's attempts in improving the country, but supreme law isn't supposed to try. It's supposed to fulfill and deliver. The solutions exist: strong economic growth, better education, improved sanitation, the list goes on. But the reality is South Africa isn't fulfilling, it isn't delivering, it is barely existing on the verge of breaking. I thank you.
All right, so we've had our speakers 1, 2, all the way to 3, which means sesifika la okushuba khona. Our question 4 speakers are here to rebut, weaken, and just discredit what the other speakers have said. So labo sekuzoshuba-ke uzoza umuntu ethi touche. Omunye uzothi here. It's not personal. We're just out here trying to discredit each other's arguments. Sengishilo, sasiqabene, siyasebenza. Also, a big shout out to everyone watching on Facebook. We see you. We appreciate you. Khona bafake inhliziyo, bekuthiwa Sacred Hearts. Bafake inhliziyo, kuthiwa vele bahleka bafake inhliziyo. We see. So also a big shout out to all the teachers that are watching. They couldn't be here today. All the students that are watching as well that couldn't be here today. Keep leaving more hearts and comments and tell us what you think. Now, question, or rather, speaker number 4 from a proposition. It is the rebuttal. And of course, sizocela ini is Sacred Hearts to come through. Woza Uzo's introducer, speaker number 4. Yeah. Once you've said your name, I'll then start your timer.
Greetings to the house at large. Standing before you is Ngobo Siphakathi.
Ngobo, Siphakathi, your time starts now.
Greetings to all. Standing before you is Sacred Heart Secondary School speaker number 4. To remind the House of the problem statement is stated as 30 years later, has the South African Constitution delivered on its promise on the youth today? Our team case is standing firmly supporting the problem statement. Thus, our team case is, yes, indeed, 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered on its youth today. To present the points of rebuttals identified from Team Velabahlege, point identified number 1 is unemployment. If you state that unemployment is 60%, Section 22 gave us the freedom of trade, occupation, and profession. Section 26 gave us access to adequate housing. The Constitution removed apartheid laws that barred black youth from owning black businesses. What is stopping the youth of South Africa from owning businesses to earn an income? The Constitution opened the doors legally. Fixing the economy is not the parliamentary's job, but it's the legal barrier that was brought down by the Constitution in order for you as the youth to take action. The Constitution isn't just a book. It's a key opener to every door possible for the youth to take up upon its own and deliver in order to help themselves. Speaker number 3 presented an argument about inequality. You compare 1994 to 2026. In 1994, 80% of the youth were barely bred from quality schools, universities. Today, 7 of 10 pupils attend universities at schools are black. The Constitution abolished legal apartheid. That's equally delivered. Unequal comes from the 35 years of colonialism and slow economic reform, not the Constitution. The Constitution gave us Section 9 of 2, which allows affirmative action, not just notes on a piece of paper written by another human. My argument is clearly stating that the Constitution is just the foundation you as the youth need to build on, not a foundation that protects, that provides promise to security on job. It is up to you as the youth of today to act on that Constitution and deliver. If you talk about service delivery, the Constitution is a book. Yes, you're right. It's just a book. But it's a book for you as the youth to act on it. Not a book just to promise safety or to promise inequality. You need to act on that book. The service delivery, blame that to the government. The Constitution is the foundation for the government to act on it. The service delivery does not act on its own. It needs another person to abolish it. The Constitution is a book. You'll stated that. Thank you.
Yes, you're allowed to scream. Okay. Sacred Hearts, you want to get it all out quickly? Because it's the last 3 parts. Because Velabahlege is about to have their 10. There you go. Okay. Velabahlege, the 4th speaker, please take the podium. Remember, it's not personal. It's not personal. So for 20,000. All right. According to it is. All right. Introduce yourself. Once you've done so, I'll start your 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable adjudicators,
judges, respected opponents of the Sacred Hearts Secondary, I greet you all. My name is Avela Hlangu.
Avela Hlangu, your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, I would like to quote what Ms. Anele Kumete said. She stated that the Constitution doesn't promise to change the country overnight. Now, the Section 29 promises basic education immediately. Now, it's been 3 decades. Can you agree that it's enough time for the government to change the country? Also, consider the school of Michael House in Bulgoin and the Ngutu schools in KZN. That's where we see inequality. In Bulgoin, there are computer labs, there are Olympic pools, and there are robotics labs where children can do all their experiments. Whereas in Ngutu schools, they still had pit toilets in 2025, where 3 children died since 2018. Now, this shows that there is still inequality in education. There is inequality because the government couldn't afford to provide the basic needs of proper sanitation to the Ngutu schools. We agree that education has been made access. There's access been made to education, but the quality of it still remains questionable. Consider a child in a rural and an urban area. Those 2 children are expected to write the same final exam, but they start that race from a different starting point. Social grants has been provided. We agree, but social grants are just a bandage to what the government is failing to do. The youth expects an income, not dependency on social grants. Grants are temporary, but yet unemployment is still permanent. We agree that schools, houses, have been built, but the houses cannot fit a family of 8. African households have a lot of children. Now, the right to privacy there is invaded because you can agree that mostly 3 children or 4 children will sleep in 1 room. And that is the Constitution being broken. The Constitution is the supreme law. Law is measured through its outcomes, not by its intentions. Promise is measured by its outcomes, not its intentions. The supreme law is still broken, which means it is supreme, but yet it is still broken. Excuse me. Yes, we agree that there are strategies that the government has tried to do, but trying is not compliance to the Constitution. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, we are nearing the end of this debate. 20 debate 2026. You guys are the first ones to be a part of such a great thing. I wish you guys could read the comments yourself on Facebook. People are impressed. People are loving all of you. Now, I think the most hardest thing is about to happen. Speaker 5s. I'm a speaker 5. I had to rebut and do a summary. Majaji ngivumelene ukuthi sibavumele bakhulume whatever language. Akaze vele sibavimbeke ukuthi bakhulume noma ingayiphi language. But sengiyabakhumbuza ukuthi this is your final kill. This is your final kill. Sacred Hearts. Speaker number 5. Please come on the podium.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Sandisiwe Mhlongo, and I am the 5th speaker representing Sacred Heart Secondary School.
Sandisiwe Mhlongo, your 5 minutes starts now.
Greetings to the House at large. To remind the House of the problem statement. The problem statement is, 30 years later, has the South African Constitution
delivered its promise for the youth of today. Our team stance is deeply rooted on the problem statement that says, 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered its promises for the youth of today. Our team case is supported by 3 relevant arguments. Argument number 1, the promise of education for all. Argument number 2, the promise of social protection for children and the youth. Argument number 3, the promise of equality and human dignity, which proves our team opportunities. Opportunities that prove our team stance is valid in argument 1. Section 29(1)(a) in the South African Constitution, who's under the age of 18, a right to child support grants. Opportunities that prove that our team stance is valid and strong in argument 3. Section 9 ensures equality, whereas Section 10 ensures human dignity. Because of constitutional protection, today, young people can participate in leadership structures, debate competitions, youth councils, and community organizations without being excluded because of their gender, race, background, or language. Our strengths as a team are: we presented arguments taken from reliable sources. Statistics that were mentioned are within the time frame of 4 years. Our rebuttal speaker stated truthful and fair points. That proves your team stance is not strong, and our team stance is strong. Stated as 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered its promises for the youth of today. We also presented an argument that blends strong facts with confident delivery. Our team should definitely win because we presented arguments that are aligned with the South African Constitution on the role of the youth of today. We do not focus on the issues outside the problem statement like you, Vela Bahlege. However, the South African Constitution did not promise a certain type of education. It promises each young person a powerful weapon. As Madiba said in 1994, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Use it. In summary, the child support grant also plays a vital role in providing the child sufficient food and water. It ensures that the child receives basic needs, as it was fully argued by our second speaker. Each younger person is able to exercise the right of freedom of speech. The South African Constitution guaranteed the youth the ability to be able to work towards reaching their full potential, as there's less discrimination in the workplace. In conclusion, while unemployment and poverty remain, the Constitution has empowered young people to speak up, pursue their aspirations, and hold those in power accountable. Therefore, we stand here today proving that the South African Constitution has delivered on its promises and continues to be a powerful empowerment of the youth. The youth of South Africa, the ball is in your court. The door is open and the key is in your hands. We were not promised perfect houses, jobs, or schools. We were promised the key. Use it. Use the constitutional rights correctly and stop victim blaming. If the next 30 years fail the youth, it won't be the Constitution's fault. It will be yours. The South African Constitution delivered. Mzansi, it is your turn. Thank you.
Sacred Hearts, all your speakers have spoken. Vela Bahlege, you've heard them speak. It's your last fighting chance. So it's not personal, but maybe for 20,000 rand, it just got personal. Fifth speaker, please approach the podium. Siyanibona ku Facebook, ku Instagram, na ku YouTube, and on X. We appreciate you. We're not just live on Facebook, students. We're also live on Instagram. We're also live on YouTube and on X. So ngicela sibawavele sithi hello. All right. Okay. Okay, Happy Youth Day.
I want to stand like this.
Nangalakle, come at Happy Youth Day.
Yes.
All right, please say your name and your surname, and then once you have done that, I will then start your time.
Honorable Chair, judges, educators, debaters, and learners, good morning. Standing before you is Mabaso Asipe, a Velabahlege High School pupil and the last speaker for the opposing team.
Vele Bahlege, your last 5 minutes starts now.
My team has showed you how health, hunger, corruption, and poor services broke the Constitution's promise. The motion asks if Constitution has failed 30 years later, not if there was progress, rather fulfillment. And I'm about to show you progress is not the same as fulfillment. Buildings exist, but services fail. We have hospitals and clinics lacking equipment, staff, and education. As a result, thousands of youth in South Africa die waiting in line, not because it's their time, but because they're waiting and they lack resources. Remember, a building without medicine is not a right delivered. RDP houses were built, yes, but still millions of people live in shacks. Those people do not have access to water nor electricity. They are forced to rely on waters from rivers and dams and use fires to cook. That very same fire can burn them. The water causes waterborne diseases. Now the very same youth is forced to go to clinics and hospitals hoping it'll be of assistance. To their disappointment, clinics and hospitals are victims just as they are to the shortcomings and broken promises of our Constitution. No water equals no dignity, and my school knows exactly what I'm talking about. Velabahlege High School can go on for weeks without water. Girls cannot manage their periods, and some suffer from infections. Others cannot handle the bullying and name-calling, suffering from an infection and unpleasant smell comes with. Hence, they take their own lives. Going back to what one of my teammates stated about suicide being amongst the top 3 causes of death among South Africa's youth. Some are able to keep going and carry on curing themselves at home with something they never asked upon themselves. Now they are further behind than they would have been had they been at school, because truth of the matter is, like Avela had said, at the end we're expected to write the same paper, but the process and the marathon wasn't the same. We lack resources, teachers, and textbooks. Section 29 promises quality education, but today we have overcrowded classes and illiterate people. That is Section 29 being broken. Also, we have to admit some subjects are just to flush our students. Mathematics literature cannot be converted to anything, yet both mathematics literacy and pure maths give you a pass. Now, the Constitution promised quality and equal education, not a system lowering the standards so one can get good grades. Rather, introduce standard mathematics as it can be converted to something in pure maths, and the youth of South Africa has a chance of applying for a course that will help them get a job that is in high demand within our markets. Because truth of the matter is, our brains are not wired the same. Lastly, Section 29 also promises social security and an adequate standard of living. Yet our Constitution gives people a mere 370 rand and 500 rand. That is not delivery. They say it's survival, I don't know what it is. Because honestly, the youth is forced to sell their bodies and do unholy stuff to keep up with the standard of living, because the truth of the matter is it's truly expensive. 30 years later, queues for grants of unemployment are longer than queues for jobs. That is not a promise delivered, rather it's a promise broken. Honorable Chair, 30 years later we got clinics without medicine, schools without resources, and inadequate access to basic resources. The youth does not have jobs. We got progress, but we lost promises. If this is delivery, what would failure really look like? And to close it off, if they really delivered, why is it that 30 years later, 75% of schools are black and rural? And this is not the equal, non-racial society Section 29 promised. Hence, me and my team stand firm on that the Constitution has indeed failed to deliver the promises to the youth 30 years later, because it's not about progress, rather fulfillment. We would have understood if the promises were made 5 years ago, but it's 3 decades down the line, 1 generation down. Thank you.
When our WWE, hey, you guys, and I mean all of you, you were flipping fantastic. Make some noise. Yo! You know, Mtiana, I must tell you, these ladies took me back to when I was in high school. Then I went into varsity. There was this much fire, this much fierceness. It was absolutely beautiful to watch. And let me tell you this, your future is absolutely bright. Do you hear me? Yes, sis. Now, maguthi ufika manje and you're only watching now and you're like, Minnie, I missed out. Sorry, firstly, sorry. But I can promise you this. At 7 o'clock today for a whole hour, guess what? Our speakers will be on radio on the one and only Alex Mtiana show. It's called Gagasi FM Indaba. Yep. For a whole hour. For a whole hour. Do you know how much clients pay to be on that show? And young people will be carrying that show on their shoulders today. Mr. Mtiana owes you guys a big thank you. Ngizothwala iKZN ngamahlombe. Ngizobatshana amaqiniso abo. And it's going to be absolutely beautiful to watch. So do make sure you also find time to go on our Facebook page as Gagasi FM. Follow and read what the adults are saying. Interact with them and tell them what you think as young people. It is our day and they will know the narrative that we share with them. We agree? All right. So I'm about to open up the floor for questions. Remember, I did say I will take questions from Tina Lanjang Abafundi, from the should we open to teachers? I must ask my colleagues. Sibavulelo teacher or just us la? Yabo? Empty? Should we open to teachers or just the floor? Spashio teach. Just the floor. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think it's hey, basic dong. MD is absolutely correct. So I'm gonna note some hands. And then remember, speakers, yes. Yes, they contribute towards the debate. The question is, do the way we answer, does it contribute to the debate and how we're scored? Yes, it does contribute. Hence, the judges are still there, right? Because remember, you had time to prepare motion or speaker 1 to 3, and then 4 and 5 had to sit there and prep and reply to them. Now, you answer, and you choose the ones you want to answer to. You ignore the ones you don't want to answer. You choose who you want to send to answer, right? So maybe listen up to the questions and then make your decision. All right, so I'm going to take question 1 from Vela Bahlege. Is there a hand this side? If it comes out later, remember, let me explain something, students, so that everyone is aware. Whether you're from Sacred Hearts or Vela Bahlege, this part is important. Because your question can assist in poking a hole in the other argument and vice versa. So understand? So there must be a question from each school. Hence, so I've noted a question here. Question there. There you go. Question there. 1. And then I'll take 2 from here as well. Happy Girl and South Beyond. So nina niben kabanga questions in. DJ Happy Girl, welcome. Na sicela ukubuza ke umbuzo ungakhohlwa sitshela nane show yakho bani.
Oh, okay.
Siyacela.
Hello, students. Nibahle. So, igama lami DJ Happy Girl. I do a pre-party on Gagasi FM Fridays and Saturdays between 7 and 10 p.m. Siya groove nje lapho ke. So, my question, I'm going to direct it to Sacred Hearts, right? Youth unemployment remains one of South Africa's biggest challenge. My question is, can the Constitution be considered successful if millions of students, rather, i.e. youth, ayisebenzi kuze kube manje?
All right, to note that question. Thank you, Happy Girl. Salbi. Ungakhohlwa sitshela show yakho.
Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon to everybody here. Ninjani, I'm Salbi Mkize, Salbiyonce. I do the drive 3 to 6 p.m. and everything happened on our show says figure namhlanje. Thank you so much for participating, by the way. My question is to Vela Bahlege. Now, if you could change or improve one thing in South Africa, namhlanje, to better fulfill a constitution's promise to the youth, kungayini and why?
All right, thank you, Salbi. Ongibambele la. Let me come to the question of Velabahleke, because your hand was up first. You get to ask the question. And we are whether ubuza uvelabahleke noma Sacred Hearts.
Good day, everyone. I'm Annalisa Kanyile from Velabahleke High School, and my question is directed to Sacred Hearts. One of your speakers said we must use education. How can you tell us to use education as a weapon when the learning environment itself undermines our dignity?
All right, thank you. I'm going to Sacred Hearts. Sacred Hearts, tell me where your question is directed and your name and grade.
Hi, greetings to the panel at large. My name is Candy Dlamini from Sacred Heart Secondary School, and my question is based to Velabahleke Secondary. My question is, I've heard many of the debaters speaking of personal experience. We would like, as Sacred Heart Secondary School, we would like the source of your information. Where did you get it from? And why are you using your personal experiences as your tool to the debate? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to allow a question from the judges as well. Remember, you choose which questions you want to answer and which questions you will not answer.
Hi, ladies. I just have one question, and it's for both teams. The question is, if each of you, as per your motion, had to change something about the Constitution, what would that be?
Ooh, if each of you could change something about the Constitution, what would it be? I see an extra hand from both Velabahleke and Sacred Hearts. I'm going to do it because in Nyanga to remember, they don't have to answer any of your questions, right? They choose. I'm going to start with you, Ikamalako Sandra-sam.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Apuma Pumulo from Velabahleke High School. So my question is directed to Sacred Heart Secondary School. Section 9 promises equality rights, and that has been delivered. But why is South Africa still ranked as the most unequal country in the world?
Whoa.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then Sacred Hearts, there's a question right there. Your last question, and then ladies, it's going to be time to answer.
My name is Melissa Sekampi.
You're allowed to, my darling. You're allowed to.
Okay, my question is directed to Velabahleke High School. So, Nitinina, if you're saying constitution inikezile opportunities, but then awekho enough, niyayithola imali kodwa ayikho enough. Let me ask, if leyo mali ibingekho, what will be the situation right now?
If Lomali Bingeko, what would be the situation right now? Now, ladies, whoever you're sending to come and answer decides which questions they're going to answer. Niwazwe wonke. I would highly suggest at least we answer the judge's question, right? I think it was fair enough to answer. Kugcine siphi isikole ukukhuluma? Bekuyivelabahleke. Which means I would come back right here. Siqhubeke ngendlela esihambe ngayo. Now, Team Sacred Hearts High School, who have you chosen to answer the questions? Any of the questions. It is only up to you guys. You don't have to answer all of them. You pick the ones you answer. If you want to, but remember, once again, you'll only have 5 minutes. They're asking if they can answer all the questions. I'm saying, but remember, you only have 5 minutes. It is always most intelligent to answer the ones you think you'll have the strongest points on. And that's advice to both teams. That's why I'm looking at both of you. Now, Sacred Hearts, I'll give you 30 seconds. Velabahleke, I'll give you 30 seconds to decide who is going to answer. Think who's able to think on their feet. Think who is able to think on their feet. Yes, the question. Only one person is allowed to answer. You pick the person in Mtembile. We have to wrap it up and let the judges go decide. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Are you ready, Sacred Hearts? Who have you chosen to represent Sacred Hearts in answering the questions? This still contributes to how you are appointed as a team. Yes. And what's your name? Ngobo Siphakathi to represent Sacred Hearts. Ngicela somlungisela mic. Coming to choose which ones to answer. Ngobo Siphakathi ezophendula imibuzo. Sesiyavala. If you're watching from home, thank you so much. We know there's YouTube, X, and there's also Instagram and Facebook. Ungakhohlwa ukusifollowisha. And if you don't have the app, download our app. There's some really cool stuff there. Make sure ukuthi uyaenterisha ama competitionists now and ngoba sijwayele ukuwafaka kuphi? Ku-app. App nina ma app. Download. Oh, ma siyabonga sigenge download asinayo thina ngala. Please, man, let's make sure we download the Gagasi FM app. Now, are you ready, Mangobo?
Yes, I'm ready.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. Greetings once again. To answer a DJ, happy girl at the back, unemployment, right? 60%. The Constitution promised a freedom of trade, occupation, and profession. Action as a book, it's fulfilled. If the government decides to close the book, it is up to the government, not the Constitution. Again, to answer a question that was asked by a schoolmates from Velabahleg, again, my right is to justify the Constitution, no matter how wrong it is in your eyes, but in my eyes, it is delivering. Because I'm standing right here as a learner, because I was promised the right to education. Again, the Constitution is a book that opened doors, laid foundation, unpleasant environments. It is up to the local governments, national governments, regional governments. It is your duty to take Section 29 to court, debate it with the courts, and open up that we have unpleasant environments at schools. Not that it is up to the Constitution. Isn't it? It's a book. It's a book you're supposed to open. Page number 1, page number 2, page number 3. Read it. Those are your rights. Read them and take them to court and debate this. I thank you.
Read it. All I can tell you is, we kept saying it's not personal, but for 20,000 rand, it just became personal. Hey, ngiyabona iyaveva navela bahleka uthi hey, read it. See? Now, Vela Bahleka, please take the podium. Lapho emakhaya niyazibuza nithi kwenze njani, why kwenziwa le part yama questions. Le part yama questions ibalulekile ngoba itshengisa ama-judge ukuthi how much of the students' own preparation has been put to work. Ngoba ikoleni besinothisha ngithi la ideskini akukalithisha khali ingqondo zethu zodwa. So this part is very important because it shows the judges how much teamwork is going on here as just students and how much we know as abafundi. Now, you're going to introduce yourself as Dr. Malako once again. What is it?
Mabaso Asip.
Mabaso Asipe is going to close it off. Namhlanje. Mabaso Asipe, your 5 minutes starts now.
To answer a learner's question about why we used our personal experiences, because we can go to town about stuff and use national things happening, but we mustn't forget, we must also bring it back to reality. We use personal experience because it's something we experience, and we know we're not the only school in Umlazi suffering. It's not that there's no water, but it's because of corruption. In Umlazi there is water, but residents at Kwa H suffer for weeks without water. We had to bring it up and raise awareness because the truth of the matter is learners get infections, learners are being sick because of the Constitution's failure to provide a mere basic need water. We're not asking for millions or billions or diamonds. We're just asking for proper healthcare and sanitation. Now, to answer Ms. Salpiance's question, What is one thing we would change given the chance? By putting new members in the parliaments, because truth of the matter is we as the youth have innovative ideas and fresh minds and can come up with solutions that can help many of the problems we are facing today. We're not saying all of them must go at the very same moment, but rather have people who are going to mentor the youth into how they can turn South Africa into a better world. The future of South Africa is in the hands of the youth. If they don't mentor us now, then when they leave us, what are they leaving South Africa to? Also, let's consider the amount of money the Constitution, or rather governments, like you said, uses to give to unemployed people. That money isn't enough. What if they use all that money to open businesses since they state there are no job opportunities so that people can get hired? And there are job opportunities, trust me, just that the leaders we have use nepotism and are biased. But if South Africa stuck to their rules and did things accordingly, I think it would be a better place. Also, in terms of social grants, not that we are ungrateful, but a social grant is just a bandage to the broken promises they made. And you asked about what would happen had the money not been there. We would not need the money if the Constitution had delivered on its promises. We need the money to cover the disgrace, shame, and broken promises it had made. If we had access to equal and quality education, when I talk about equal and quality, I mean just as private schools have access to robotics and practical work, which is in high demand nowadays, so should public schools. My source of income shouldn't determine the quality of my basic needs that the Constitution has promised me. So if all of that was provided by the Constitution, we wouldn't be here today. And if the rules they have set for the citizens in this country also applied to them, we wouldn't be here today. So a lot of change needs to be done in this country. Thank you.
Yeah, ne? It means we are slowly nearing the end. I'm looking at the time. And ngiworried ngoba amajaji fanele ahambe ayo deliberate. Okay. Happy girl. Ngicela ungenzele ifavor. Ngisacela uye laphaya ungidlalele something. Yeah. I hear you. You're liking what I'm suggesting. Happy girl, give it to me. I just need to have a quick chat with my judges. Sacred Heights, nani futhi. Bathi kom. Bathi shalalelani umculo wethu. We can't play you jazz. Sorry. We can't. All right, DJ Happy Girl is going to give us the ones and twos. Let's chat to the judges really quickly. Sipho. Sisazosala sodwa. But the reason why I needed to speak to the judges, because the judges said, none of you ladies answered a question. Lega dibuze uJacinta. Judge Jacinta. So one thing that we're going to do, we're going to ask her to ask this question again. They asked me not to give you examples on how to answer this question. And we're only going to give you 2 minutes. We'll make it 3, to be fair. 2. Yes. Nekrianga 2, fune 3. Okay. Kuze niphendule umbuzo. Ngizotaka urepeat kungaza nombani futhi, or do we keep it to the same people that answered? Same teachers, I'll give it. All right, let's give anyone. It's up to you as a team whether you send the same person or you alternate kubo omunye umuntu. All right? That's fair enough. 2 minutes. Jacinta Gobese Zuma is going to give you a question once again.
Hi, ladies. I'll repeat the question once again. The question is, as per your motion, what changes or change would you implement in the Constitution based on your argument? Thank you.
What change or changes would you implement? Use any language you're comfortable with. This could be the moment that determines whether your school walks away with the 20,000 rand from Gagasi FM. Gobi Gagasi celebrates 20 years of being the sound of KZN. And we want to celebrate with the school, whether it's Sacred Hearts or Vela Bahlege. By the end of today, we'll know who. 20,000 rand. Sacred Hearts, your time's up. Give me a student, give me a name. Ngoba Siphakathi comes back to the podium. 2 minutes, Lwazi, please come adjust the mic. Ngoba Siphakathi bekuyena naseqaleni ofikile wazophendula imbuzo. Bathembe yena. Can Ngoba Siphakathi bring back the 20,000 rand? Ngoba Siphakathi. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings once again, and honorable judges. To revert back to your question, I would like to revert back to my team stance. My team stance is, indeed, 30 years later, the South African Constitution has delivered on promise on its right on the youth today. Once again, I've said these words too many times, I think 2 times for now. It's a book, the Constitution, the people, the government, and its structure. So what I would change on the Constitution is a rule or a section that talks about the government as a whole. The government is the failure part at this program, not the Constitution itself. The governments must be changed, not the Constitution. The Constitution must ensure that service deliveries are delivered to one and all. So the Constitution has delivered because we are sitting here as learners, privileged learners to be in fact. Because if it wasn't for the Constitution to deliver education, I wouldn't be speaking here talking like an English person from Germany or something. See what I'm saying to y'all? So, the Constitution has delivered, and it's up to us as the youth to take it, grab it, run away with it, and implement. Thank you.
What would you change about the Constitution? She says, not the Constitution, but we change government. All right. Vela Bahlege, who are you bringing up? Mabaso Asipe comes back to the podium. Can you bring the 20,000 rand back to Vela Bahlege? We don't know. Close it off. Your 2 minutes starts now.
My team stands on motion that the Constitution failed to deliver the promises to the youth 30 years later. Because the Constitution allows two systems to exist in South Africa. If it were up to us, one system must be declined and one must be used. That way, we can ensure there's equality in everything and that there isn't the unequal education systems and sectors we have. The Constitution allowing us South Africans to have two systems does not promote, or rather contradicts with Section 29 that promises equal and quality education, because how can everything be equal and of quality if the very same Constitution has put a rule that said it's okay to have two systems? So I'm not gonna go and be like, go to town about the matter, but it's just about declining one system and having one we can all work with as a country as a whole, so we can have equality and prevent many of the challenges we have today. Thank you.
Decline one system and only use one. Ngapha. Oh, what did you say again? What did you say? Change the government. He said the Constitution's not the problem. Change government, because that is the problem. Use one system, because one cannot work with the other. Okay? Judges, I think Sani Israeli, can you please be excused and hambe niyo deliberator ukuthi iyiphi noma isiphi isikole esizohamba no 20,000 randi. Ngicela sishaya izandla ama-judges ethu sephuma bayoxoxa laphayana. Adansa. If I was you, would clap so loud for them so that they give you extra points. Yeah. If you're wondering ukuthi kuzowenziwa kanjani, amajaji anikiwe i-score certificates, especially ngichazela othisha ukuze ba-understand. In that room right now, there'll only be judges. Kuzobe seqhamuka sengena ke the organizers sebezobala and tally up the points. Because after each speaker, they were being judged, right? Before babuye bazokutshela criteria ekade iyenziwa. Each judge had ngoba adusha igama befika kusho igama lakho bese uyajudge. Those points will then be tallied, and that is how we're going to find out who has won. Both schools were exceptional. I was so confused at some point. What a strong motion. You guys were absolutely amazing. Sibonge othisha. Sibonge abaphathi beikole. You guys really did put in the work. And of course, a big congratulations to your support system. Y'all really did it, okay? You added the vibe we wanted. Make some noise for yourself. All right, so I don't know about you, but I am hungry. Oh, kilapile. Oh, but the Africans, ek is hunger. Oh yeah, 2:16, too soon? Okay. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna eat. DJ's gonna play some music if you're home and you're watching live. That is very important to us. So you're always a part of our community. So DJ, Sipingoma, Tina, God bless our food. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. All right, Tommies, I know the tensions are high. Sisuthi kodwa manje sesiyarealize ukuthi kwaze kwashuba 20,000 rand is up for grabs. I'd like to welcome back those on our live. If you're only joining us now, besisadla bakithi besadla. So while the judges are deliberating, I can tell you at some point kuthiwa kwashuba. But now there has been a unanimous decision on who is going to win. You see how I keep swapping. All right, so are you guys ready to welcome back our judges? Are you guys ready to have the judges back? Come on, I love that energy. Okay. Gitala sishaye izandla as we welcome our judges back. Once again, if you're only joining us now on our live, we have some fantastic judges. We have Alex Mtiane, current affairs guru and head of audience experience, like Gagasi. We have Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, award-winning radio DJ, owner of Jacinta Media and an activist. Spumelele Zondi, Gagasi FM presenter on Gagasi FM News Wrap. And of course, we wrap it up with Umpumelelo Zigalala, legal expert and contributor on the Gagasi FM Breakfast Show. Please put your hands together for them. Louder, 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 louder. Yelele. Hey, yeah, bangavela na ma results. Ah, we. Saze sasab. 20,000 rand, guys. Winner takes all, guys. Winner takes all. There they are as they come back. Bapeta ma envelope. At least now they're laughing. When they left here, isn't it busy tough? Nah, because now they're smiling. Now it means finally they've agreed. Here they are. We've called you guys, we've introduced you guys. We are live on Facebook, Instagram, on X, and of course on YouTube. Wherever you're watching us from, put a heart. Tell me who your favorite school is, whether it's Sacred Hearts, or is it the school all the way from Ungazitholi? I can tell you guys this now. They've had a hard time picking a side. And they're like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not a judge. And you know what? I'm glad I'm not a judge. I'm glad I'm not a judge. So quickly, who wants to tell me from here? 20,000 rand. What would you advise your school does with that money? From the top of your head. What's a gizekwen? You have something for me? Okay. 20,000 rand. What would you advise the scholar sends?
And again, greetings to all. Ish, for 20,000, 20K wonk. Ish. It could bring back that old Sacred Hearts, Sacred Hearts history back in the 1910s. Yo, guys, to increase, advance technology, as Colin said, to bring back La Sacred Hearts, to be babaza, almost KZN Yonke. It could really change our lives.
Uti advance the technology and bring back the legacy of Sacred Hearts. I'll tell you this, that legacy we still talk about today, honey. So you guys are carrying that DNA in your blood. Vela bahlek 20K buffet. Emlas. All thing is, finally a boy who's ready to answer. Where are all the boys? So you guys are actually a girls' school, right? Bashela nabafa. All right, talk to me.
Sanibonani igama lami uLwandle Sibonga uNdlovu.
I'll explain later.
Kulo 20,000 esingathola mingenza asuthola. Into esingayenza kakhulu improve istate sama toilet ethu njengevele bahleke. Njoba shilo ukuthi ikole zala emlazi sinenkinga yokuphelelwa amanzi kakhulu ka age safika ngo2022 sinenkinga yamanzi namanje sanaleyo nkinga. So kulo 20K nje singa-renovate ama-toilet sifake osinki ngoba sinenkinga ukuthi khona abantu abangenayo bebakhiphe njengoba singanabo kusebenzisa inkokodo. So singayisebenzisa leyo mali ukurenovate kulunga isikole sethu.
Come on. Lwandle Ndlovu. So one school says, let's advance our technology. The one says, let's go back to basics and fix our toilets. Two schools, different issues, all worth fighting for. Does it not still speak to our emotion? I got this khuluma ngayo namhlanje. Niyayibona kodwa how deep the conversation runs. All right. One thing I'm going to do, thina besingazi, namhlanje ama-judge had to pick a best speaker from Velabahlege and a best speaker from Sacred Hearts High School. But before they tell us who those best speakers are, sizocela uSis Jacinta Ngobese Zuma to come through and give us a feedback. Feedback to the young women who were out here talking, some constructive criticism, angome la ingoma khona, and uzobe khuluma represent ama-judge ukuthi kade efilani. Please put your hands together and make some loud noise for Jacinta Ngobese Zuma. What's that motor song, guys, again? Vroom, vroom, vroom. I got my 1K. Sorry, guys. Okay, so is Zigalala still explaining how everything came together? Okay, so remember I said we had a legal expert and who's a contributor on Gagasi FM Breakfast? And were we not touching on the Constitution? So, yeah, we were right in the section. Hey! So, let's make some noise for our legal experts. Mpumelelo Sigalala!
Bengifuna privilege uma la kule mic. Ngiphinde ngibe privilege futhi ukuba mude. So ibuye ngisize kakhulu in instances such as these ones. Anginibingelele nonke kama uMpumelelo kaZikalala. Firstly, when I see you guys, I see future legal practitioners. I see your advocates la, I see my attorneys la. I see all president being kandolo, I see all chief justice being kandolo. But one thing you must remember, with all of that doesn't come easy, it comes with hard work. So if you concentrate into enzini, then enzoba covered. Again, the work is to explain the terms and conditions. Now, if you were fly at that boardroom, ubuzobona how fierce the competition was. We did not judge based on ukuthi abantu sibathanda kangakanani noma umbala abe uniform uthini. We used the criteria that we want to explain so that it's newazi for future references. Yokuqala, one wanted to know, do you have knowledge and understanding ye-topic onikezwe wona? Meaning, sifuna ukubona ukuthi uyayazi emotion yakho ukuthi thina ama-facts akhona athini, context yakhona makuthiwa uyideliver kahle yini. Number two, could be strength of our arguments. Our arguments wakho logical, but for this is the outcome. Persuasive, are you able to swerve towards you or towards you in terms of into ongitshena yona, and then we develop kahle. Remember, masisifundisa othisha English bakutshena ukuthi uba ne-intro, you have a body, you have a conclusion. That's what we were looking for. Esithathu, evidence and examples. Use relevant examples, facts, some statistics, and real-life references. Hence why the judges were asking, what would you change if you're given opportunity? Yokusebenzisa noma ukushintsha constitution. Another word of ukwenza logo for future references, humanize those experiences. It is much easier for me to persuade you on something and when we are irrelevant than something which is away from you and understand what it is. Enye is for rebuttal and critical thinking, one of the most important parts when it comes to arguments. That's when you poke holes in your opponent's ideas, and it requires umuntu ozokwazi ukulalela kahle ukuthi ama-arguments atheni, be able to decipher ukuthi okay, argument ukuthi this is how I'm going to fight it, kwenzele ukuthi ngizokwazi ukuthi ibe right. Into ebesiyifuna lapho besifuna ukuthi ube ne ubone ukuthi ama-challenges kuma-arguments abo bethini, and then bese responda convincingly. La usuke usitshena ukuthi argument i-opponent yami ibhete la nala nala, this is where I can improve. Bese kuzobe yes4, delivering public speaking. Remember, awukwazi ukuthi usiconvince ukuze ukukhuluma nje usingakwazi ukuzwa, fanele ube audible khona i-argument yakhe izokwazi ukuzwakala ukuthi ithini. If you are confident, if you are clear, i-voice projection yakho, eye contact and engagement. Remember, you are the speaker in a number of people in the room. They should be concentrating on you. Eyokugcina, teamwork and structure. Team cohesion, organization, and a smooth flow of arguments. There are 5 speakers that are there, different roles. Let's see the interconnection between the two. From speaker 2, was the speaker 5. That is the criteria that was used. May the best team win.
May the best team win indeed. Are we clear? Niyaqala niyacabanga manje ukuthi, did I do what the judges were actually looking for? Well, of course, the ladies knew exactly what the judges were looking for, because that's what they used to prep their arguments. Wena-ke ngobuhlelo usuyaqala uyacabanga ukuthi, ngabe bakwenzele yini? Right? Now, we go back and we call Mrs. Jacinta Ngobese Zuma.
Thank you so much, Minnie. I just want to send a big thank you to Gagasi for inviting me today. You've actually offered me an opportunity to recruit a future imagine. But anyways, I just want us to take a second or a minute and just give thanks to our teachers. What a brilliant job you guys have done. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And as a young person standing here today, I'm proud to say that debating was one of my most important things that I did in high school. I was one of the top public speakers and debaters in high school. And trust me when I say what you're doing here today is going to shape your future, believe it or not. I'm here today speaking in front of you because I've been on radio for many, many years until I detoured. Gagasi was one of my first homes where I was here behind the mic and in front of the microphone. Alex Mtiana ngamfica youth I'm joking. I'm joking, but I learned a lot from the likes of Alex Tiane, who's now the MD of the entire station. And to see the growth of Gagasi FM and having been given an opportunity is something that I wish all of you can really aspire to. And being given a platform like this is really, really a big deal. And I hope you guys are taking it as big a deal as it is. So let's give a round of applause to Gagasi FM for this opportunity. All right, so today's engagement was important because it's June 16 today. It's 50 years of June 16, which means this particular event that shaped the entire history of the country and currently where we are is celebrating 50 years. Now, the whole concept of us being here was for us to hear from you as young people. After 50 years, has the Constitution achieved what it wanted to achieve when they said in 1994 that we're adopting it? Nelson Mandela signed it in, and we were all happy, yes, happy, happy, happy. Now, as people here, we are already old, right? And what we want to hear from you guys is the reality of what is happening currently. So the point of being in a debate in its entirety is to make sure that you gather young people, let them come and tell us, gather young people, let them come and tell us why they think the Constitution today is serving them or it's not serving them. And trust me, in both arguments, there's strength in the argument. And what we got here from today is 2 very brilliant schools. And I must commend you because you made the job very difficult for us. I do not want to lie about that. I mean, coming here, you expect young people but we were actually saying that the way you guys switch up from being serious proper, straightforward, yabo, to being omajayivane laba badansa kanje, then you're like, hey, cha, ba multi-talented, these young people, and they're doing so many things. So these are just tips on how to improve going forward, right? Because remember, what I just told you is the key of debating. You need to test ideas. As much as we're testing the idea from Ivela Bahlege, we're also testing the ideas from Sacred Heart. And you never know, maybe the discussions here are even conversations that can land up in Parliament where your input can also be required. So it's very important as communication tools to note the following three things, right? When you're debating, one, articulation. So I call it the how, the who, and the what, right? So the how is the articulation. How are you delivering your message? That will speak to the tone, it'll speak to the speed, and some of the things that you put in the middle. I mean, it's very interesting to listen to someone who's going to make it interesting to listen to them, right? I don't want you to just like tell me a story. Once upon a time, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, came tumbling. You know, I want you to add your own personality to it. You know, make me see that now I am telling the story of Jack and Jill, but I want to add a touch of me. You know, in between, I'm going to challenge you to think. I'm going to leave a question mark. You know, sometimes you ask a rhetorical question, just in J, because you want the person who's listening to think and say, okay, maybe, you know, or you put in a bit of sarcasm to say, you answer that question, it's up to you whether you answer it or not, because I'm being sarcastic. I don't really require an answer, but I'm putting it to you, you know, and these are things that are going to be important in communication. And the who is obviously you. You're the person delivering the message. So I require you to look like you're the person delivering the message. I don't want to hear traces of your teacher when you're delivering a message. Do you understand? I know your teacher helped you prep, but I want to hear you. I want to see you stand up. I want to see you look confident. I want to see you deliver. It's like you're serious and you mean what you're saying. That's going to be very important going into the future. And then the what is absolutely important. And trust me, you can do all three all at the same time. The who, the what, and the how. So what are you telling me? I want to know the information that you're giving me, but don't just say Section 22 is talking about healthcare. You know, make it connect. It must connect to you. It must connect to what you're saying. If you're talking about Section 22, it mustn't sound like it's just a piece of information that you abstracted and put into a sentence. Make it relatable, you know. I mean, there's a lawyer here. If you're talking about Section 22, he probably knows it better than you. But when I'm delivering it, he needs to understand that this is me talking about Section 22 and how does it relate to everything else that I've said. So I hope that that'll help going forward. And a couple of pointers as well to both teams that, you know, when you're debating, when you go into a debate, it's very important to answer the question. More than anything, because the question is there for a reason. I want, when you guys are done debating, to say at the end, okay, so I'm convinced that what Ivela Bahlege was saying is the correct answer to structure now. That you create a structured argument, right? This is the most important thing you can do when you're debating. Because, like I said, there's a question, you're answering it. The job of the first speaker is to explain what the question is and how you're going to go about answering it, right? So first speaker, your responsibility, you can't cram what you're going to say. It's almost going to make you nervous. It's going to make you worried about saying exactly what you crammed correctly. Cue cards are there for a reason. Use them. It's not to say that you must know every single word for word, but obviously cue cards are there to guide you. But when they are guiding you so that you understand that when I'm creating this argument, I'm laying the foundation for everyone else that's going to come after me to answer the question. So first speaker, that's your job, You come in, you say, we say that the Constitution is indeed doing what it's supposed to do. And these 5 reasons, I think it always makes more sense when you say it that way. When you are going to lay out your reasons for giving the answer, and then the other speakers will stick to the reasons you've already given. So that you're not all over the place, right? Because, for example, today's argument to say, okay, we're arguing that yes, the Constitution or no, the Constitution. And we're going to use these 5 points, because you don't have much time. We're going to use these 5 points to show that the youth doesn't have access to health, the youth doesn't have access to education, the youth is still struggling with unemployment, the youth is still this and that. Now, every single thing that the next speaker is going to talk about is in line with what the first speaker has already said we're going to do. So anyone who's listening to your argument already knows this group is going to be focusing on these 5 things as an explanation as to why the Constitution is or is not doing what it's supposed to do. I hope you guys understand that. Do you understand? So you lay it out like that so that when the next person comes, this is where the structure comes in. They are taking from exactly the 5 that you've already identified, right? We're not going to talk about anything else. We're not going to talk about it, we're not going to talk about alcohol. We're sticking to these 5 things, and that's the core of our argument. And then the next person comes, they quote the legislation, if it's legislation, because obviously you're talking about a legal matter. So the law is important when you're talking about the Constitution because it's a legal matter. You've gone to the law, you've looked at which legislation is part of education, which one talks about labor, which one talks about health, etc., right? And then when you move from there, next speaker now probably is going to be playing around with the real realities of what the Constitution said and what the Constitution is doing. So that's how we're moving now. We've got a flow. We've got a layout, we've got the law, we've got the realities. Because reality is always important when you're talking about things like this. Because remember, we want to know from young people if the Constitution is doing what it's supposed to do. So we want to know from you, when you're talking about health, how is it affecting you? We don't want to hear just stories from the Bible, if it's the Bible. We want to hear from you. It's okay. In terms of this, we still have women who are being raped, young girls. In terms of labor, there's still unemployment. In terms of health, there's still these shortages. If yes, no, the health has been addressed because before the health was like this, now the health is like that. If you're talking about education, before the education was like this, now it's like that. So that you have a structured argument. Rebuttal becomes much easier. Because remember, now if I'm rebutting what Velabashlega is saying, or if Velabashlega is rebutting what Sacred Heart is saying, I've already know what I'm rebutting. These 5 points that they've mentioned in the beginning. You understand? So it makes the argument flow. Naniman figure, you've got 5 points that you are rebutting, point for point per point. You spend a minute on a point, a minute, right? You've rebutted all 5 points. Because rebuttal is the most important thing in this entire debate. Because that is where we require your critical thinking. Your teacher's not here. We don't want to hear what your teacher's saying. We want to hear from the research that you've already done. Because you've done your research, you come here, you're prepared. What are some of the things that you've already noted from their arguments that is going to lack? Because it's more figure to a debate. You already know what your opponent is going to use as a strengths arc. That's how you fight. You fight by knowing your own strengths and knowing their strengths and their weaknesses. So when you get here, I've already said, it's okay, they're going to say this and this and this and this, and when I'm rebutting, I'm going to focus on those 5 things. And the most important thing about rebutting, guys, that's going to make sure you always win a debate, you always rebut the strong points of the other team. Even if you don't have much time, but make sure the strong points that they have, you don't let those pass. Because those are the ones that are going to make them win. And you don't want them to win, right? You want your arguments to be stronger, okay? So rebuttal is very, very important. It requires you to think on your feet. And each argument, don't leave out certain arguments if you have time, you know? But like I said, if you don't have time, stick to the important ones and then the other ones. So today's debate was really a requirement for you young people to give practical solutions. That's why we're asking, what would you change if you were to see if the Constitution is serving or not serving, and take those and counter them with the law. So it's really the law versus reality, if I can put it that way. So that was what today's debate was all about, and we wanted to hear from you as young people how that affects you in your reality for today. And one thing I want you to know, making mistakes is normal. Please don't make it like it's a big thing. We are old as we are, but we still make mistakes. Mistakes are normal. It's how you recover from a mistake. You know, you don't want to be making a mistake and then you fall apart and you start crying and you start, losing it. No, you still have to remain composed anytime you make a mistake. On top of that, when you are speaking, nerves are completely normal. I can tell you, any person who's still speaking in front of people today, is on radio, is in public, doing anything where you speak with people, ngoba ningibuka nje, you are scaring me, you are intimidating me. Abanye bangibuka ngo4 eyes, nami ngibabuka ngo4 eyes. So it's a scary situation, but you always have to breathe in, breathe out, and get it done. Because one of the important things that we were saying that you guys need to remember, trust the information that you're giving us. Because if you don't look like you trust what you're saying, I'm not going to trust what you're saying. So always, anytime, trust the information you're giving us. Then we're going to trust you, okay? But the importance of public speaking is it's going to shape you in ways that are going to be beautiful for you in future. Believe me, because applying for a job, once you've mastered the skill of speaking, becomes easier. Speaking to peers, presenting your case, articulation, standing up for what you believe. Some of you who might want to be activists, some of you want to be on radio, some of you want to be politicians. Speak like you mean it. That's the most important thing. Don't speak like you are prepped. You can know the information, store it in your head, write it down, but when you're delivering it, make sure that you're delivering it with as much reality. Sometimes you're going to need even empathy when you're delivering a message. Because remember, you can't be in a crowd of people who are poor and then you get there and say, oh, I'm so sad that you guys are hungry. You know what I mean? That says that what you're saying you don't mean. So it's very important to say something that you mean and mean what you say and have information, because once you have that, then it's tickets for you. It's gold. They don't call me Mama Wesizo because there's something amazing I'm doing, really. It's because I'm taking practical things that are happening in the world and just delivering them to the world in a way that other people might not be able to, So you all, from the speakers that I have heard, you guys all have that quality, and really you need to keep it. You need to take it out there to the world, and you can represent South Africa even to the world. Keep shining. We're proud of you for what you've done today, and congratulations to all of you.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Jacinta's not lying. She's actually reminding me back when we were in varsity, debating team. Girl, I used to make up some stuff, but I would convince you with right. So she's right. Say it and let them figure it out. If they don't rebut it, it's not a problem. They should have done their research. Right? I'm not encouraging lying. Lying is bad. Lying is bad. Okay, so Jacinta, I'm going to ask you to give me the names of the two students, one from Sacred Heart High School and one from Velabahlege. And these two students are our best speakers for the 20 under 20 debate for 2026 as Gagasi FM, which is the sound of KZN, celebrates turning 20 with the Bantabash. Are you ready to find out who are those best two speakers? I start off with Sacred Hearts. Sacred Hearts. The student that stole the hearts of the judges. See what I did there? Get him to shh. Is, give me a drum roll with you. Siphakathi. Wait, what did she say? Read it. Take it to the court. All right, a big round of applause for Siphakathi Ngobo. Congratulations, you did absolutely well. Now, a student from Velabahlege who made the judges laugh, who did absolutely well. Please put your hands together for drum roll. Asipa Mabaso! Yeah! Oh, wow. There you go. A big congratulations. Wow. Okay. I can't believe this. I can now show you. These are the names. Okay. These are the names. I'll put this down. Yeah. Is that what I think it is? Let me stand right here. That is a good question. They're asking, do you want to do the vote of thanks first, then we announce the winner? Sibonge qala. Igagasi libonge. Because yeah, guys, you're right. At the end of the day, this is all or nothing. One team walks away with a whopping 20,000 rand, and the rest takes home a great story of being a part of something great. Both are still worth celebrating. So please put your hands together for Alex and Tiana to the vote of thanks.
Asingibamude kakhulu kangaka manje. Yeah. Siyabonga sanibonani nonke. Awu nilambile yini? Mani ngalambile ni suit. All right. Siyabonga. On behalf of the station Gagasi FM siyathanda nje ukudlulisa amazwi okubonga kakhulu ilanga elikhulu leli. Kwi message I said this morning was struggle asifani se generation yaka 1976 nesenu nina baka 2026, but power is the same. They opened the doors for you. Make use of those doors, and most importantly, create eminye iminyango for a generation yaka 2065. So ngiyafisa ke ukubonga kakhulu ku MC wethu uMini. I think usengangabo labantu, and she can relate. Siyabonga kakhulu Mini we Gagasi FM Breakfast for facilitating lento kahle and for keeping us alive as well. Siyabonga kakhulu. And we would like to thank our judges etu Mrs. Ngobese Zuma. Siyabonga nana tip also snikeze wona. Understanding ukuthi ke Gagasi we are streaming this live, le information ayibhenefitisi kuphela abantu base Sacred Heart nabase Velabahlege, yonke enye youth esafisa ukungena kwi space se activism, politics, debating, or even how to structure your research paper. Usosinikeze nje homework enkulu. We appreciate that, and for allowing your Gagasi FM ukuthi licela ukuthi uzoba ke part yalama judge namhlanje. Siyabonga kakhulu Jacinta, a former member of this family. And we would like also to thank Mnumzane Uzikalala, a constitutional expert. Sithembela kuyena abalaleli bethu banokuzwa if esuke a breaker izinto ezi-technical namajargon our law in this country. If we do not have a commission, we have the committees ahlala njalo njalo, and expertise obenayo even ngesikhathi sijaja ubuye uzositshela no ngokomthetho the auditing says this, we need to be transparent. We really appreciate Zikalala information oyishare nathi to make this process fair, transparent, and ingabi nagcopho. We appreciate that. And another judge, Mr. Zondi. You may not know ukuthi Mr. Zondi, beside ukuthi une vodcast le ephuma on Mondays, Gagasi FM News Rap, but he between now and kusiza sivote on the 4th of November, he is the voice of ukusitshela about the latest kuma elections on Tuesdays at 18:50 on Indaba. He comes on to update about local government issues and nama matters at ama political parties. So Nondaba, we appreciate that. We academic in his own right, we lecturer yeintatheli. So aphinde futhi abe member yeGagasi. So ulwazi osinikeze lona is a valuable Nondaba. We will forever be grateful to you. Ngiyafisa ke nanokubonga the head of business, the managing director eGagasi. Earlier on when she spoke, ngikujabulele lokho because it made you realize ukuthi le ndawo nibuka with the personalities you look up to, people that you aspire to be njengabo enibathandayo, but ushare story sokuthi sikhula kanjani and silandele ama dreams ethu. I'm going to say something about that later on ekutheni usimukele ngendlela okuyiyona yona. All of this could not have been successful if it wasn't through the vision yakhe and steering the ship here Gagasi. Siyabonga kakhulu mama uDlamini. So maseke nihlangana naye la senibonge KFC, please she gets offended. She gets offended when ungasho ukuthi mama. You must track it. Ukuthi the Gagasi FM MD umama uMrs Dlamini. So senginika amathiphu ke. And then bese sizobonga the department ehlanganise lokho. The head of department uMiss Pinky emyeni neteam yakhe naye ucisha bengangani niyambona nje so ingakho sikwazi ukuthi senze izinto ezisiletha to abalaleli bethu kuyi youth. And I would like to thank also the team from commercial Mrs. Nseki Mchunu and nathi siyamajaji ubelokho eqinisekisa ukuthi senze ngendlela okuyiyona yona ingane zinilindile. We appreciate Macingwane. And then bese kuzoba ke uMK angazi le energy engaka ukuthi uyithathaphi noma i-energy ye-Ashwa noma i-AI, I don't know. MKs, we appreciate that all the time. Masibona wena kushithi izinto zeGagasi isuke izohamba ke ngendlela. Then bese ngizobonga ke the entire Gagasi family. We have the producers, we have the news guys. Shame I saw them earlier. Behamba befunda ama bulletin bebuye because they will report on this and the entire Gagasi family. Bese ke sizoba ke the people abenza show ukuthi esikwenzayo kuyazwakala emoyeni as this discussion is going to be on Indaba tonight between 6 and 7. Would like to appreciate the Gagasi technical team, as you can see, ensuring ukuthi quality of sound indlela. Nokubona ubhuti okade qhamuka la ezolungisa microphone ukuze nizwakale kahle. We appreciate that through evaluate to ke la Gagasi sibiza nge collaboration. Siyabonga nje kakhulu. Ngakhohla kanjani ke ukubonga osingaye. Yabona nihleli nje nivula iTV ekhaya nibuka ama parliamentarians ekhuluma. Yanokwazi ukuthi imira leyo. That is you guys. All these people abalapha yama ubheka ijeni yabo baqala iactivism yabo from school or a tertiary education. So ukuba kwenu la history is being made. We have captured and streamed this on our Gagasi platform 20 years when you guys run for president or senifuna ukuba imayor siyobe sesinukhumbula. So siyabonga nje kakhulu nenza umsebenzi oncomekayo omuhle omkhulu. We're proud of all of you. Ngendlela yenu nenze nje izinto ezincomeka kakhulu. Nize ningakiyeki lokho ukudebate ama issues. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngiqhamise lokho ukuthi in the country where kuba nama developments amaningi. Enye youth izigcina isicabanga ukuthi when singaboni ngasolinye we debate, it means ukuthi I should not even listen to you uzuqede into oyishoyo. So the decorum, the etiquette, and the protocol of engaging izobe ibalulekile. I liked when I saw kukhuluma esinye speaker, esinye isikole naso simshayela ihlombe. That's decency. I would like to even singaboni ngasolinye, even in our relationships between a teacher and you as a learner, a parent and yourself, or as fellow learners, even to us boni ngasolinye, but at least kumele sikwenze ngendlela decent. So I appreciate the way he's conducting ngayo. Bese ngizobonga ke othisha. Nenza umsebenzi omkhulu. Mangabe uthisha uphuma ne-diploma ne-degree yakho. But ningama counselors niyabona ingane zethu sidila with mental health issues sizibeke ezandleni zenu and nenza okungaphezulu i-calling lo msebenzi wenu and we appreciate nikwenzile. uJacinta uke wakusho lokho ukuthi as beze expressa eloquently kanje sibona 50% of nina as abantu ababagrumayo. So siyajabula kakhulu. Sengigcina ke bantu abami njengo babu wenu, I need to share a story. Mhlambe nake nasizwa before. I would like to share it with you. Benikhuluma kakhulu about the constitution. And namhlanje ngifunda izinto ezithu eqhamuke kunina. Omunye wenu uthe when people fail a constitution, that does not necessarily mean that the constitution itself has failed. I've learned that. And then secondly, omunye uthe sikuphi isidingo sokuthi ngingaba abstract. I need to kwenza ama example ngezinto ezipractical empilweni yami. It leads me to this story. Now that nilwa izimpe eziningi as a youth on this day, ihlahla zayicabanga ukuthi imbazo is one of them, right? Because it's made of wood. Until ihandle X came in. Ningaze nicabanga ukuthi some of the enemies of your dreams are people of any generation or external people. The most betrayal of our dreams and aspirations, in most cases, come from amongst us. Khona enye youth engangani ezonika influence embi. Khona umuntu ozothi uthi I want to pursue this career. Akhulume nawe kabi, including bullying. So when you look for the enemies of your success, ningabuki kude kakhulu. Beware of abanye ontanga yenu who can steal your dream away from your hands. I-message enginika yona leyo. All the best. Ngiyabonga.
All right. Siyabonga ku Baba Mthiane. I think there was a lot to take in. And now it boils down to a very important part. Niyabona ukuthi abaphathi sebemile. Umalum MK, umam Menenhle, umam Pinky. And now it's time to find out who wins the 20,000 Rand from Gagasi FM that is the sound of KZN. Winner takes all. Someone walks away with a great story and 20,000 Rand, and someone walks away with a great story to tell. Thank you so much. So it is sealed. I don't know. Oh, they want to know why I was celebrating the deputy head boy. Hi, deputy head boy. Love the fact that you and Ndlovu. So my husband is a what? And Ndlovu. So yes, okay, stop it. We're here to find out the winner. Before I start telling you, but it was a beautiful day. I'm joking. Okay. All right, so the winner is in my hands. When I announce the winner, the winners are going to come through, celebrate right here. And then if I am correct, Ntige, the other learners will stay where they are, liaisons. Right. The others will stay and celebrate, and of course, Okay. And then our speakers, Azozala, Azojabula, we take pictures with the judges, and then we celebrate. The next school is saying Babiza, the next school is saying Babiza, shoot. It's being fair. This is a very critical part. I'm not going to look directly at that camera. The winner for the 20 under 20 debate for the year 2026. Drum roll, please. Okay, ngitokenza link mhlambe phakathi lapha ngibuyela emuva. Oh. Okay. Let's try one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the 20 under 20 debate for the year 2026 is
This